I think we're ready to go to the Velcroy Desert. Let's make it happen.
I was a young man when last I walked this path.
A young son. Might be too hot for a puppy.
There's an old trading post not far from here. The road to Drake's Fang leads through it.
The trading post it is.
We're gonna juice that trading post.
Our destination lies over that dune, beyond the ruins. Mark 'em well, Clive. It's all too easy to lose one's bearings in the sands.
Gonna load game after food. Very nice, very nice.
Many years ago, when you were just a boy, you and I rode this way together, accompanying your father on a scouting expedition to Drake's Fang.
He let me come with you.
I'm not surprised you don't remember. It was just before Joshua was born. You were so eager to be there when your brother arrived that you whipped your chocobo too hard on the journey home and fell from the saddle.
Whoops.
I shall never forget how Elwyn fussed over you as you sat in the sand, bawling like a babe.
Who do you think those soldiers were in the end?
So, Lord Cook has...
Alright, let's have a look in town, see what's up.
Ah, there she is. The good old Dalamil Inn. Do you know, this heat has given me quite a thirst. Quick drink before we press on?
I could use a drink. Oh, he's got a bad feeling about it. Alright, anybody looking at me funny?
Look, there. Those are Ashen steeds. No doubt about it.
And such a long ride from Stonehair. Our Luda friends must be
Gotta load up the
soothing their
laptop.
saddle sores in
Oh,
the
shit.
inn.
Gotta bust out the
Shall we join
laptop.
them? Run along and play now, Torgal. Dogs aren't allowed inside.
Aw. Yeah, go play. Think Torgal's gonna bust out the laptop too. Did I enjoy Torgal transformation? I did indeed. It was super cool.
Good day to you. Eating?
Sorry about my pal. He only talks when his mouth's full. What do you recommend?
Well, if you're after something light, we do a fine chocobo soup with lentils and honey.
2 bowls of that then. An ale.
Right you are.
Hey, girl!
Coming!
Your pal?
Would you rather be my squire?
Ha. Somebody's going upstairs to the The VIP. Oh, snap. Joshua? It's Joshua? You look terrible.
Your Grace, it is plain you are not yet well enough to travel. If you would only let me take you to someone who can better attend to your ills.
No, we must press on. Prince Dion has returned to his camp and will soon depart for the front. I must speak with him at all costs. Miss this chance and I may never get another. You do understand that?
Yes, Your Grace. But you must at least agree to take your medicine. I'll fetch you some water.
Why Clive always overdoes it when he calls his brother's name is hilarious. Joshua. I think the idea is like to try to make this scene seamless.
Keep watch, they tell us. But all I see is sand.
I hear they got our guest back to the Fang without any trouble. We'll be leaving soon enough.
Why the Lord Commander dragged us all this way just to save that blockhead skin, I'll never know. Dominant or not, he's a bloody idiot.
That'll be Cooker, then.
Well, let's get this down us. We've a long way to go.
Hey, you.
Ooh, a good old bar fight.
Uncle?
Sorry.
It's gonna be a bar fight, y'all.
Can you walk, Your Grace?
What's wrong?
I fear trouble may be brewing downstairs.
You two are travelers, are you not? Me and my companions are strangers here. Perhaps you'd be good enough to accompany us a while. Help us find our way.
Sorry, lads, but we've got business in camera that can't wait.
Ah, I'm sure you could spare us an hour or two. Friend.
All right. Since you asked so nice. Oh, he's hungry. You can't let that good food go to waste.
I'm afraid we don't have a moment to lose.
Get him.
Stay back, Uncle.
Gladly.
Is this game worth getting so far? I'm having a lot of fun with it.
It's the outlaw. Take him.
Here, just nuke him. It's fine.
Try it.
Bravo, my boy. Just like that. Shit.
Can we see him back there? We can. What's he doing? He's eating. He's eating the bread. That's funny.
It's you.
It's me. To the victor go the spoils. Any performance issues? The game runs pretty well. There's a couple areas when you're in towns where it's a little stuttery, but honestly, like it's such a small such a small part of the game that yeah, I don't think I've run into like anything crazy.
Your trouble.
Nice.
Word of advice, miss. That soup could do with a touch more salt.
Ha 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 ha. Funny. Ooh, it's pretty.
Now's our chance. Your Grace?
Yeah, Grace. Not so much for being discreet.
Clive?
They're already gone. They're gonna be okay. I wasn't sure if he was gonna barge into the right room because, like, obviously they're already gone, but how awkward would it be if he barged in on two people having sex? That would have been awkward. He never liked the carrots.
What is it now?
Joshua.
It's nothing. Let's go.
Well, we didn't know where to find Kupka before. We do now.
The Royalists said it themselves. Their guest is in the fan.
Oh, I should let the dialogue play.
Ah, they've closed the road. And it's the only way from here to the Fang. It would seem Lord Kupka is not accepting visitors at present.
We have to get through that gate.
Not by force, I trust. We've attracted quite enough unwanted attention already.
By guile, then. Perhaps the Desert Hare can offer us her aid.
Rosina Dalamil, woman of mystery. But how will we find her? We know naught of her but her name.
And that she was working with Sid. Sid's other collaborators have all been people of means. The wealthiest and most successful members of their communities. I'll wager this Rosina Dalamil is the same.
That would certainly help to narrow the search. We need only inquire as to who is in charge of the town.
And that's exactly what I mean to do.
Well, let's do a little detective work then.
Looks like we won't be getting back to Drake's Fang anytime soon.
Are you looking for
You
something
got anything
in
good?
particular?
Oh, you know, Hunter's Waste Cloth. It's a decent upgrade.
My thanks. Fare you well.
Alright, who we talking to? You.
Light it, for Gilbert's sake. Aren't you?
Anything I can help you with, travelers?
Allow me.
Music you have hit so hard. Nice,
My
nice.
good man. We represent one
Game
of the
does have a really
oldest
good OST.
and
I
greatest
agree.
trading houses of Port Isolde. We're seeking to expand our business in the region and would very much like to make the acquaintance of Dalamil's leading entrepreneurs. If only we knew where to find them.
Well, we're best known for our baths, our markets, and our smithies. I suppose you could do worse than start your search at one of those.
Thank you. You've been most helpful. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know a lady by the name of Rosina Dalamil, would you?
No, I can't say I do.
Well, thank you all the same.
Well then. That's one. Ooh, yon chest. Over here. Sales lady, I need your help.
What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?
I won't keep you long. I'm looking for someone. A woman by the name of Rosina Dalamil. Do you know her?
Never heard of her. Is that all?
One more question. If I wanted to find the richest trader in town, where would you recommend that I look?
Oh, that's easy. The Briar's Kiss. Won't find a finer smithy this side of the strait. The owner's only a young sprig, but he's got all the right ideas.
The Briar's Kiss, you say? Thank you.
I doubt this young sprig is the person we're looking for. You said Sid's contact was likely to be an influential sort. Influence comes with age and experience. Believe you me.
Mummy, I want to play with the crystal.
How many times do I have to tell you? It's not a toy.
Listen, Chief, I need your help.
Can I help you?
Yes.
Yes, I'm looking for a woman by the name of Rosina Dalamil. A long-standing pillar of your community, I believe, from old trading stock.
Then you should ask further. He's been here for years. Knows the place and its people like the back of his hand. And he's in with all the old merchant families. Try the baths. That's where you'll usually find him.
Thank you kindly.
God, Byron is doing a horrible job of putting on an accent.
It sounds like we have our man.
Perhaps. Let's go and find out exactly what this Furter knows.
Wait, incense! What candle?
Excuse me. Are you Furter?
I am. Can I help you, travelers?
I hope so. You've lived here for some time, is that correct? Do you know Rosina Dalamil? We believe she may be a trader of some renown.
And what business do you have with the desert hare?
She was a close friend of mine. I was hoping she might be able to help me.
Very well. Go to the bordello. I'll arrange an introduction.
Why is it always a brothel? Chat, tell me. Tell me.
Do you think we can trust him?
Only as far as I think.
Why is it always a brothel?
So you're the ones who've been sniffing around.
I beg your pardon?
Don't play the fool. Stick your nose in our business and you're likely to lose it.
Nuke him. It's Jova.
Who are you working for? Him or her?
Him. The boss. He wanted us to test you.
Though one could hardly call that a test.
Lord Ferda?
Look what the cat dragged in.
Your skill with the blade is rare indeed, my lord. A fitting talent for an outlaw.
Oh, he knows.
You know who I am. So what now? Call in the men of the rock and collect the bounty?
That isn't my decision to make. Our work is done. Take him to meet his precious Rosina. She will be interested to make his acquaintance.
Yes, my lord.
They call me the Juicer.
To the Lock of Leisure, then.
To the Lock of Leisure.
The Lock of Leisure. My God, this is a fucking goose chase. Jesus Christ.
Fresh bread, warm from the oven.
The most fragrant herbs and
My carpets.
Is this the place?
Lubor's Forge. The Briar's Kiss.
Ah, so it was the young sprig after all. So much for Rosina Dalamil being a woman of experience. How wrong I was.
It was an easy mistake to make, Uncle. After all, it must have been years since Sid last saw her. Sorry, him. Whoever this Lubor truly is, he's clearly a man of means. I'd say he deserves our respect.
See that he gets it. Lubor, Lord Ferda told me to bring them to you.
Sup, Chief?
My boys tell me you're in need of assistance. Sid the Second.
Ha! Very clever.
I won't waste your time. I need passage through the south gate.
Tell me, what do you think is a merchant's most important commodity? Why, trust. Everyone knows that. Without it, you have nothing. And nothing is exactly what you have. And so, for you, I, too, have...
Nothing. Wow, very
I'm not in
good.
the
Very
business of
good
helping every lost puppy
deducing
that
there, Chief.
wanders in off the street. I'm a busy man, as you can see.
Let's leave this mummer to his farce.
By all means. Find someone else to help you on your way. Just be sure to tell them you're not the two travelers from the inn the guards are looking for. Don't want them jumping to conclusions, do we?
Why, you...
So, what do we need to do to earn your trust?
I like this one. Willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants.
Yep, that's... Are we sure that we're not playing like a medieval version of John
Men
Wick?
like you have a special place in my heart.
John Wick
Why
kind of
you
does the same
ask?
thing.
Because they get me what I want. Always.
Fine. So what do you want?
Don't tell me you're going to listen to this swaggering scruff.
We might as well hear him out. It's only natural that an ally of Sid's would seek assurances of strangers. Assuming he is an ally, of course. 5 years ago, he would have still been a boy.
And yet even then I had more good sense than a man, 5 times my age? But enough of the pleasantries. We were speaking of what I want.
All right, what do you want? Jeez.
I want you to put an end to the trouble in Dalamil. Return to me when you have done so, and you shall have my aid. Until then, I bid you good day.
What kind of trouble?
What trouble? If you're going to give us orders, be clear about them, damn you.
Manners, Greybeard. One catches more damselflies with honey than with vinegar.
What did you call me?
My
Hey, Barry, what's up,
apologies.
Chief?
A word of advice in recompense. Follow the crystals. Oh, but that was 3. Oh, I'm making this too easy for you.
Hope you're doing well, Barry.
Ha! It will be easy. Solving his little riddle should be like dealing with him. Child's play. Let us divide our forces, Clive. I'd rather not drag this parlor game on any longer than we need to.
All right. Good luck, Uncle.
All right, we're getting to the bottom of this shit.
I thought we were the only ones causing trouble in Dalamil.
Yeah. And how very wrong you were, my friend.
Excuse me. Is it true there's been trouble with crystals of late?
You've heard, then?
I've heard rumors.
Doing all right? Good. Glad to hear.
Thieves. Pilfering the crystals that were meant to fill our cups and light our stoves. Us common folk have hardly had a shard to share between us these last few moons. And it isn't as if we can buy them on the black market either. Whoever's taking them, they aren't sharing.
All right, so there's some crystals not doing so hot. The market for crystals, there's it's like diamonds. They intentionally make them scarce.
Do you have a moment?
Depends what for.
Just a question. Dalamil seems to be thriving compared to the other villages I came through on the way. Is there a reason for that?
Well, we're a stone's throw from Drake's Fang for one. The soldiers guarding the Mother Crystal and the shipments need a place to spend their hard-earned gil. The men of the Rock throw their money about like there's no tomorrow.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Don't let me keep you from your work any longer.
The juiciest meat from greens fed birds. You wouldn't believe how much he gave.
Hello, ladies.
What can I do for you, soldier? Need that sword polishing?
I'm not a soldier.
Ugh, then be off with you. I serve the men of the Rock and the men of the Rock only.
You have an agreement with them?
Don't be stupid. I just know which side my bread is buttered. I'll be stuck under some pauper when they come knocking, with pockets deeper than Zemeckis and an urge to empty them. No, just leave, will you? Before you scare them off.
She wanted to play with my sword, Chet.
I think I'm starting to get an idea of what's been going on.
Yeah, me too.
I wonder if Uncle Byron's learned anything of use.
So clearly the crystals are being sort of artificially pulled.
What was all that crashing and banging about before?
It's you, the one who broke all our furniture. What do you want? Haven't you caused enough trouble already?
I'm sorry about that.
I'm looking for my pal. Have you seen him?
The gentleman who was with you? Yes, he's upstairs, but...
Thank you. I'll go and fetch him.
We probably should apologize again for the damages, but you know.
Will this suffice as a deposit?
What?
By the sands. That's a black pearl.
One of the many treasures in my collection that I would be only too happy to part with should you give me reason to do so.
All right. I'm sure that we can come to an agreement, but not here.
What are you doing, Uncle?
He's trying to fucking weasel his way in, dude. All right, so I think Byron's detective work probably paid off pretty well.
Care to explain why you're giving gifts to Kupka's men?
Bait, my boy. One cannot catch one's prey without it. And I do believe I've snagged us quite the quarry. I started by asking around the markets as to where I might purchase crystals. I had no luck, of course. It's forbidden to trade in such things. But my uncharacteristic indiscretion just happened to attract the attention of those uniformed ruffians. They took me aside and said they could procure the crystal I sought if I proved I could pay for it.
So the pearl was your proof?
I thought they'd ask for more. A second-rate specimen like that would only fetch 500,000 or so.
Oh,
a small price.
only 500,000. Yeah.
But enough.
This dude's too rich for his own fucking good, dude.
What did you discover?
That the supply of crystals has dried up of late. And some people seem to think they're being stolen. Meanwhile, members of Kupka's private guard have been spending money all over town. I'll wager those soldiers you've been talking to have been siphoning off crystals meant for elsewhere. And pocketing the profits.
Yeah.
I'll wager you're right.
We'll meet with them then. Just as you arranged. And put an end to the trouble Lubor spoke of.
Ha! That preening popinjay thought this would be difficult.
I think it's gonna be
It just goes to show one should never underestimate a Rosfield. We'll
All right, I think.
soon wipe that smirk
All
off
right,
his face.
feign the confidence. Let's
I arranged to
get this
meet with the
done
soldiers
first.
In a secluded corner of the Velcroy, far from prying
Oh, you need
eyes.
pets, puppy. Come here.
Perfect place for a spot of double dealing.
Come here.
I trust I can count on your support if things turn sour.
Of course.
He was looking at me expectantly, Chet. I had to.
Let me treat you. I need to drink.
Fucking men of the wrong. Anytime they pull this nonsense.
Oh shit.
1,000 gil for a measly bunch of dissolved.
Won't you come and play, handsome?
Lights and pots!
Do you think they'll be back soon? I need a new dress.
Yeah, we gotta go out the east gate here.
Sniff, good sir.
All right, let's go meet up with some ruffians.
I'll take it from here.
I was beginning to think you weren't coming, my lord. You've brought your contribution?
All all the silver and stones I could scrape together at such short notice.
You brought the whole 500 talents.
That was the price we agreed upon, yes? If you've no objections, I'd like to see the crystal.
Of course. Right this way, my lord.
Not bad at all. You weren't lying about the clarity. But what of security? If I were to be stopped on the road, what guarantee have I that it wouldn't be seized as property of the Republic?
Because these crystals are no longer the property of the Republic. You're not buying from us. You're buying from them.
Who's them?
And we have no more jurisdiction here than you, my lord. But we have ships, and will gladly deliver to a port of your choosing, now that our price has been met.
Royalists, eh? What brings you here?
Why, to collect their share of Drake's Fang's blessing, of course. Our nations are allies, and so they are entitled.
How many hours am I doing today?
portion of
I'll
the
probably
Mother
go for a few more hours.
bounty. And being such good friends, we elected to increase that portion and share the benefits. And now that these crystals are officially property of the Kingdom of Waloed, we are duty-bound not to interfere.
Looks like fight time, yeah.
Where they might happen to end up next.
Did you get all that? They're in cahoots!
So it would seem.
My lord, what is the meaning of this?
Double-crossing dogs. They're not here to do business. Kill them. Kill them both!
Have fun with my fire, bud.
Stay down!
It's not over yet, Uncle. Good! I'm just getting warmed up.
It's Jova. Even more new enemies.
Stay down!
We juiced them.
Well, that wasn't too bad. How'd you like my performance, huh? I've often played the villain on the stage. I think I did the role justice. Don't you?
Greybeard, you were magnificent. The battle scene was particularly thrilling. Such a shame you didn't have more of an audience, but perhaps that's for the best.
How long have you been watching?
Long enough to witness your uncle's sordid transaction. I hardly expected one so venerable to degrade himself so thoroughly. Buying one's way into the confidence of degenerates. Ingenious.
This was the trouble you spoke of. The men of the Rock taking crystals meant for the common folk and conspiring with the Royalists. Well, it's over.
Indeed it is. The people of Dalamil had scarcely any means of redress against Kupka's men, let alone a foreign army. Until you two came along, that is. Well, we'd better get these crystals back to town. You won't mind waiting with them while I fetch a wagon.
These crystals are going to be like more and more valuable the more of the mother crystals that we destroy, because there's going to be a sense of urgency around like having them, I think.
It occurs to me that I still don't know your name.
Clive.
Clive. So, Sid the Second is a Clive. I suppose it could have been worse. Well, Clive, you held up your end of the bargain, so I must do the same. Passage through the South Gate, was it not? To tell the truth, you've helped a little there too. Many of the guards have already been redeployed to deal with the issue of their missing comrades. And those left behind have been encouraged to look the other way should you attempt to pass through.
Thank you. And please allow me to cover your costs. You still have the purse I gave to the soldiers, I trust? I saw you pluck it from one of the bodies.
Oh, dear. Was I really so obvious?
And my name is not Greybeard. It is Lord Byron Rosfield, thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Greybeard.
He knows how to push the buttons.
Here, wear this. Any friend of mine who sees you with it shall be a friend of yours.
Thank you, Lubor.
And please, feel free to send one of my Stoluses back to your people. Tell them that Rosina Dalamil is back in bed with Sid.
Okay, no, I'm not going to tell them that.
Omia los delan. Tuisa Gelis.
I'm trusting you, Sid. Or should I say, Clive? So be sure not to let me down. I have a reputation to uphold.
You gotta work on that laugh, dude. It's making everybody uncomfortable.
Well then, I wish you a safe journey south.
Thank you.
Not at all. It was my pleasure.
Come on, Uncle. Let's go.
I've never even forged a button. Perhaps Forge Master Luber's having fun at my expense.
I wouldn't put it past him.
Neither would I.
Oh, wait. Are you Clive?
I am.
Sorry, my mind was elsewhere. I'm Sava, Master Luber's least accomplished apprentice. Soon to be former apprentice if I don't pass this test. Maybe I'm just not the resourceful type. People are buying up weapons faster than the Briar's Kiss can forge them, and here I am, unable to make a decent bit of kitchenware. He wants me to make a carving knife, one that embodies the spirit of Dalamil. Whatever that's supposed to mean. I don't suppose you have any idea what he's on about, do you?
I'm afraid not.
Never mind. Thought I'd ask. It was that or pack my bags.
I could give you a hand if you like. I know how busy the Briar's Kiss has been, and that Lubor needs all the capable hands he can find.
I'd be a fool to refuse.
So, where do we start?
Good question. If I'm honest, I've never made any kind of knife before. And And then there's this little riddle to keep in mind. The spirit of Dalamil. Nothing is ever simple with that man.
The way I see it, there's only one way we'll be solving Lubor's puzzle. We need information. The more the better.
You're right. There's no point fumbling in the dark, I suppose. Now, who to speak to first? Well, there's plenty of folk in Dalamil who use knives for a living. There's the butcher, of course, and any number of cooks. They're bound to have an opinion or two about the tools of their trade. All right. I think we have a plan. Let's get to it, shall we? I'll talk to every cook I can find. You speak to the butcher, and anyone else you can think of.
All right. Good luck.
Let's hope that someone says something useful.
Yeah, we'll just have to see.
Trust Lubor to take a simple test and turn it into a riddle. I better get to it.
What I'm hearing, the men of the rock were carting off our crystals from
Fresh bread, warm.
Welcome, sir. What can I do you for?
A question, if you don't mind. I need to know what makes a good carving knife.
You a blacksmith or something?
Something, I suppose.
Fair enough.
We're definitely in the
Knives,
something
isn't it?
category for sure.
First and foremost, it's got to hold an edge. Most knives will make it through fat, no problem, but sinew dulls cheap steel in no time. Give me a blade which can slice through anything that crosses my chopping block, and I'm a happy woman.
So a knife that stays sharp. Makes sense.
Okay, that's good to know.
Everything I've worked for. All those years of toil. Every coin I've ever earned is tied up in this place.
Are you all right?
The baths are closed. Leave me be.
I don't need a
On
bath.
second thought, perhaps you are just what I need. Might your services be for hire?
That depends on the job.
I'd have you save my business, the baths. The water's turned scalding hot and all the crystals in Dalamil wouldn't be enough to cool it. I've no doubt that my woes stem from the water's source. But I can't go and investigate for fear of my customers thinking I've abandoned the place. I'm bound to these baths in more ways than one. I beg of you. Go to Dusnoff Terraces. Tell me what you find there.
All right.
All right, all
I'll
right.
take a look.
Wonderful.
I'll do it.
It's not far. Leave the market by the south gate. The smell of sulfur will guide you the rest of the way. These baths are all that keep me from an ignoble end in a debtor's prison. My livelihood, my very life, is at stake.
Not my fault you took out a loan with some mobsters for this place.
Hanging lanterns! Ah, they've opened the gate!
Lubor was true to his word.
There's got to be someone else I can talk to about the knife.
Made from the stoutest stoneware!
Fresh bread, warm from the oven.
The most fragrant herbs.
Is it true what I'm hearing?
So, I can't let anyone in until I've cleaned up the mess you and your friend made. I hope you realise how much your little spat has
Oh.
cost us.
How did I not see that before? Oh. Oh.
Plates and pots! Bowls and basins!
Surely
Just
there's
look at the...
somebody we can talk to.
A 1,000 gil for a measly bunch of Kazal.
Won't you come and play, handsome?
I'll be asking for you again, my sweet.
Then see that you stay a little longer.
Maybe over the other way? Ah!
Well, we can make our way back to the Fang now, at least.
What is it? I'm in no mood for chatter.
Sorry. Do you mind if I ask your trade?
Hunter, why?
I have a question. Can you tell me what makes a good carving knife? I assume you use one out in the field.
Has to be able to put up with some punishment. Can't be dealing with a brittle blade, not while I'm on the hunt. If your knife snaps every time you use it, you'll be spending coin as fast as you make it. Times are hard enough as it is.
Thank you. I won't keep you any longer.
All business, eh? Man after my own heart.
So, a carving knife should be hard-wearing and hold an edge. Hardly a revelation. Let's hope Sava had better luck than I did.
Made from the stoutest stoneware.
I mean, hey, it's a good start.
Yes, they're quite sort of.
So, how'd it go? You learn anything useful, or should I be looking for a new trade?
Only that a blade should be durable and stay sharp. But I don't see how that relates to the spirit of Dalamil.
I didn't have much luck either. All the cook said was that he needs his knives to be light. Too heavy and they do his shoulder in.
So we're no better off than when we started. Perhaps Lubor didn't mean anything with his Dalamil remark. But that can't be right. I've bandied enough words with the man to know that he chooses them carefully. No. We must be missing something. Something right in front of our noses, most likely.
No doubt you're right, but I have to make a start soon. I can't put off making this knife forever.
Agreed. Lubor wouldn't like that much.
Right. I've been trained to work iron. The cheap stuff, mind. But it's hardy enough if you don't hammer it too thin, and it sharpens up nicely with a bit of effort. Trouble is, it's either durable or it's light, meaning someone is going to be disappointed. Forge Master Lubor, probably.
Is there no one else you can turn to? Someone who knows their metals, perhaps?
The other apprentice is no better than to help me with my test. But maybe there is someone I could turn to. A merchant, a favourite of Forge Master Lubor's, who sells metals to tradesmen passing through the Valcroy. I bet she'd know a thing or two.
Well.
Is it true what I'm hearing?
The finest fabric.
It would make a fine gift for your...
Oh wow, we gotta go like way out. I think it's gonna be in that fallen ruin.
Faster!
So, Lord Cook has finally made his move.
Yes, I expect that's why they're so...
Any luck? Or will you be needing help with your bags?
Well, I asked her, but... you tell him.
If you're looking to make a knife that will impress a master like Lubor, there are options. They're just not that viable. Featherlight adamantite knives will get passed from generation to generation, never needing so much as a lick of the whetstone. But adamantite ore is unique to ash, so doesn't come cheap.
And it's beyond my skill to handle.
Unique to ash. Are there any materials unique to Dalamil? Something which could be mixed with iron to refine it. Make it lighter.
What are you getting at?
That's the spirit.
You said that Lubor trained you to work iron. Then that's what he'll expect you to use. But he would have known that it would either be too heavy or too brittle for a carving knife. Perhaps his Dalamil remark wasn't a riddle, but a hint.
If it's cheap metal you're using, then there's always limestone, I suppose. Folk first settled Dalamil to get at her mineral deposits. And, if you know the trick, it can be melted down in the furnace to drive out impurities from low-quality iron.
Bloody hell! That must be it! I don't suppose you know the trick, do you?
It's hardly my speciality, but I've been around enough blacksmiths to know how it works.
Looks like I've got some learning to do. Clive, I hate to ask after all that you've done for me, but...
The limestone? Fine.
I'll go get you some limestone, don't worry.
Besides,
Daddy Sid's got you covered.
Lubor's little riddle.
I can't thank you enough, Clive. You'll have no trouble finding limestone over in the terraces. The place is bloody made of it.
Then I suppose I'll meet you back at the forge.
Right you are. I'll see you shortly. So, do you crush it up, or just...
You see, so that's just south. You know what I can do? I can just travel. That's the way to do it. Just fast travel there.
Well, this is no good.
Is it true what I'm hearing?
The finest.
The most fragrant herbs
kneaded to a silken softness, like eating a cloud with a crust.
Plates and pots!
Sweet incense.
We should get going soon.
Skip to my loo.
Ah, I'm not too late.
What is it, Lubor?
A question that I neglected to ask earlier. Where is it that you're bound?
To Drake's Fang. To finish Hugo Kupka.
Just as I thought. Then allow me to share a secret. Drake's Fang is currently riddled with royalists.
Figured as much.
Walud are allies, and as you have seen, their soldiers work hand in glove. But no nation has ever before allowed a foreign army to make a barracks of its holiest of holies.
Not by choice, at least.
And there's more. My man on the inside of the Fang has failed to report for several days. I fear there may be more trouble lying in wait for you on the road ahead.
Isn't there always?
If you're determined to beard the lion's den, then promise me one thing. That you will enter via the mines, where the guard is lightest. I've lost one Cid already. If I lose another, people will start to think me careless.
I don't plan on dying. Not before Kupka does, anyway.
Well, so long as you have a plan.
I'm gonna start calling him Poopka. Poopka. Right.
Drake's Fang should be just beyond these springs.
Let's cop some
Shall
limestone.
we press on?
I mean, I guess I could have just held the button, but that's cool.
This is no good.
Basically the same thing. Lubo.
What is it now? Best of luck.
You know what? It's nothing. I don't even want to talk to you anymore.
I wasn't sure how much you'd need, but I hope this is enough.
You are one of the good ones, you know that. You and that merchant both, she's got quite a gift for teaching that one. Now, time to see if limestone is the secret weapon we were hoping for. That'll do, I reckon. A knife forged from the very rocks of Dalamil. Her spirit, if you will.
It's a fine-looking blade.
I only hope Master Lubor agrees.
That sounds like my cue. And just as well. I was getting tired of waiting.
I'm sorry, Forge Master Lubor.
Let's take a look then, shall we?
Hope it's right.
First things first, Sava, do you think this is a carving knife worthy of the fine people of Dalamil?
I'd like to think so. But what do you think?
What do I think indeed? It's sharp-ish, but it won't last long with hard use. And it's heavy, heavier than it should be. You might not think it just to hold it for a moment, but sell that to a cook and you'll never hear the end of it. It looks like someone paid a visit to the terraces. The limestone was a step in the right direction, granted, but one that still leaves you short of the mark.
And I was so certain I had it all worked out.
I don't know who you found to teach you that little trick, but it certainly shows initiative. Next question. How much do you think I would charge if I'd made this?
Well, if it took you even a fraction of the time it took me, I would say you could demand a heavy purse.
And who would be able to pay that? The butcher? The hunter? The cooks over at the inn? Dalamil is home to humble traders, not wealthy lords and ladies. Rule number 1 in any business, Sava: know your customers.
Yes, Forge Master.
This is just about passable. But only just. I'd say you're worth keeping around a little longer. Starting tomorrow, you'll have an anvil of your own.
Huge.
I will. Thank you. I was wondering, what would you do if you were asked to forge a carving knife?
I'd do what I always do. Ask who it's for. If it was for the butcher, I'd make sure it holds an edge. For the hunter, I'd make it as tough as Titan. For the cook, light as a feather. And for the nobleman, I'd make it cost an absolute fortune.
Yeah, I don't know. Dude, he's got that hustle.
There goes a master, all right.
It looks like congratulations are in order.
I couldn't have done it without you. So much for the Forge Master's riddle, though, eh? The spirit of Dalamil had nothing to do with limestone or anything much at all. Meaning, I had you run around for no good reason.
You've passed your test. That's all that matters. You'll have a forge of your own in no time.
And when I do, I'll craft you the finest carving knife you have ever seen.
I'll be looking forward to it. Quest juiced.
The finest fabric!
Take a sniff, good sir.
Ooh.
From the oven.
He wants me to take a whiff.
Made from the stoutest stoneware. Sweet incense. What?
We should get going soon.
I'm gonna get a fucking headache in this place.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Bright as shit.
By the flames. That explains the heat.
Let me help you with that.
It's over.
Pan.
All right.
Let's cool things down a bit. Let's hope it's enough to keep the baths from boiling.
All right, let's go wrap up that quest.
There he is. The man who saved my business.
What's up,
I
Chief?
was hoping we'd be seeing you again.
I'm here.
The baths grow more bearable by the moment. It won't be long now before we are back to business as usual.
Boss baby back in business.
Now, tell me this. What did you find at the terraces? What threatened to make me a pauper?
Not what I expected, that's for certain.
You tell a fine story. That's not to say I don't believe you, though. Creatures made of flame, eh? That's something new to worry about. But I burdened you with my worries enough already. Here, a small something by way of thanks. Right. It's high time I got back to work. With a little luck, the day might yet be salvaged.
All right. All right, let's get back out there.
We should get going soon.
I like to look at the sword that I'm using.
Ready, go? Faster!
What's that way? Inaccessible.
Get that damned wagon fixed.
I got the roadblock there.
There it is. Drake's Fang.
Kupka will be hiding inside.
Along with goodness knows how many guards, all on highest alert. You'll need to keep your wits about you if you're to reach him. So be careful.
I will, Uncle.
Before you go, Clive, allow me to apologize. After what befell at Phoenix Gate and the crisis that followed in its wake, I fled. I retreated to my counting house and danced attendance upon the vicereine in the hope it would bring me favor. I betrayed my nation to save my skin, like the coward I am. And I'm sorry.
Uncle, please.
It's not too late, Clive. Rosaria is yours by right, and there are those that would help you to take it back.
Byron, you're a legend.
Had I the courage of my brother, I might already have done so. But that ship has sailed. You, however...
No. Forgive me, but I cannot. I fight to build a new world now. A better world. Where men can live and die on their own terms. I was raised in a nation that strove to improve the plight of bearers. Only later did I realize that spark of freedom did not arise by chance, but was kindled by my father. You would see me follow in his footsteps. And that is exactly what I mean to do. Not by ruling Rosaria, but by extending his ideals to the whole of the twins. Though every soul in the realm may judge my actions heresy, I am certain my cause is just.
You really are just like him, you know?
He misses his daddy, chat.
Thank you, Clive, for coming back to me. I am proud to call you nephew.
Yes, uncle. All right, don't be getting all sappy on me now.
This is where we must part ways. Wish me luck in convincing my Canvarian friend to share his considerable talents. I mean to plunder his coffers and prove myself worthy of a place in your merry band. Till then, my boy.
Till then. Go safely, Uncle.
Later, Greybeard, yeah.
And you, nephew.
Exactly.
We have much to catch up on, you and I. I shall expect you to regale me with the tales of all your adventures when next we meet. You can regale me too, Torgal.
No, that's my good boy.
I'm coming for you, Kupka.
So, allegedly, we're not here for the crystal right now, but I would not be surprised if we end up having to take down the whole operation in a moment of desperation. We might not mean to, but, you know. Oh, he's having a hard time with his fork. Darn. He's gonna get mad. I told you.
Why do they start?
Well, Hugo, it's a little something called phantom pain, and it happens when you lose your limbs.
Done to me.
Hey, that was perfectly good chicken, dude. What the fuck?
Out of my sight, witch! I'll kill you, Rosfield! I'll rip out your heart! I'll tear you limb from limb!
Peace, Hugo. The table shan't hurt you any longer.
He sought to humiliate me. Me! If you hadn't interfered, he would be dead!
You truly believe you would have triumphed had the battle continued?
No, you would have been dead.
Titan would have ground him into dust!
And how would he have done that without his head?
Shut up!
You weren't strong enough. And you call yourself a dominant. Or rather, you did.
You mock me, Harbert.
Do you see, Hugo? You are weak.
But so long as that fire burns within you, there is still hope. There may yet be a way for you to take your revenge.
Tell me, what must I do? Please, I'll do anything. Just tell me.
The heart.
What of it?
A mother crystal's heart is the most concentrated source of ether in all creation. Perhaps you could take advantage of that. Of course, the crystal would not yield her blessing to any ordinary man. But then, you are no ordinary man, are you, Hugo? Clive Rossfield stole your power, but others have suffered a similar fate, and still managed to find the strength to conjure their icon. Like Benedicta Harmon. She too drank of the ether and gained a power beyond human understanding.
She did. Benedicta. Benedict. I'll do it. My love. I'll avenge you.
Oh, he's gonna drink straight from the teat of the mother crystal.
Run along now, Hugo.
He's gonna drink straight from the teat of the mommy crystal. I mean the mother crystal, excuse me.
Muthos is here. Very well, it shall be so. You may leave everything to me, Your Majesty.
Why does that look like... Why does this character look like the Duchess, but like not? I don't know. It's kind of weird. He's gonna drink straight from the teat. Oh, it smells like shit.
Did the royalists bring them from Ash?
Into the darkness.
Are the beastmen part of the Waluda army now? How the hell did that happen? They've spotted us. With me, Torgal.
Hey, I was gonna try to keep it discreet, but you know.
entire mine.
I juiced him.
So much for the men of the Rock. Dalmekia's finest.
Well, at least they're squishy. We all want Mommy Benedicta. Well, she's dead now, okay?
Animals.
I know Hugo does. He wanted some of those mommy milkers. I mean, they were basically at the beginning of the game. They were basically about to fuck right in the hallway of the fucking royal palace, so, you know. Bring the juice. Level juiced.
Stairs.
Ah, love
This
stairs.
must be the way out. All right.
I need a fruit. Hi.
I won't be sneaking past this one. How did it get in here?
Should be able to get some good heals here with like a full stagger chain. Nice. Oh yeah.
Better already.
By the flames. Come on, Torgal.
It's a pretty cool looking view.
Kupka never did do things by halves. As if taking the mother crystal for his own wasn't enough. He had to build his castle in it.
Hey, that looks like a boss room. Mythos.
Let the trial begin.
What the hell?
With me, Torgal.
Your second favorite skill? What are you talking about? The juice? Are you talking about the juice? Yoink. I like the pile drive quite a bit. Oh, nice. All right. Ooh, 3,000. Dude, we're juiced on Gil right now. 94,000.
Seems we're expected.
So this is the power of Mythos.
Mythos. Wow.
Did the orcs do this too?
What a mansion.
More of them.
Yon chest.
What the hell is going on? Are these things here for me? Or for him?
Both. $43 hidden achievements. Damn. That's a lot of Chivos. It actually seems like a faster way of getting around. Where's Cupcake? I don't even know what you're talking about. Who's Cupcake? You know what? Don't tell me. I don't want spoilers, okay? Oh, Kupka? No, I call him Poopka. Call me Cupcake? I mean, I'd really prefer if you didn't, but you know. Poopka's throne.
First orcs, now these nightmares. Is this your doing, Ultima?
I wonder if that's actually faster. It looks like it might be. Hello? Anybody home?
You've been busy, Kupka. But where did you go?
The bedchamber.
The heart. He's in the sanctuary. I can feel it. Come on, Torgal.
We definitely didn't come here for the Mother Crystal, but I think it's what we're gonna end up doing anyway.
Just what I needed.
It's Jova.
Better be the last of them.
Ooh, big money.
Benedicta, my everything. I've missed you so much. Kuka!
Poopka?
I swear to you, my love.
She's Nuge.
We will never be parted again.
What's wrong with him?
Get away from her! Benedicta!
What the fuck is this?
I'll kill you, Rasmus!
Oh shit, he's priming. No, not now.
You know, this always happens in the middle of this shit.
Come on.
Ifrit.
Find him. You've done this before. You can do it again. Let the flames burn within you.
You see this fight? Fuck yeah. Oh, here comes Titan. Oh, that's a big boy. He looks like the Nemesis. Oh, yeah. That combo hits so fucking hard. Ooh, I've learned Brimstone, huh? Hold and release RT and X to emit a violent explosion.
Let's give this a try.
Nice. I wonder if we're gonna. Oh shit! Oh, there it is. Damn, he's having a snack.
What the hell has he done?
Oh, what the fuck?
Thunder, help me. It's do or die. I'm coming, Kuka.
I'm coming, Poopka. Oh, dude, the OST is fucking banging, Chief. Holy shit. On rails here. Ow. It's kind of hard to see. Yeah. Oh, he yeeted us. Are we gonna buy? Nice. Did we just severed his arm again? That's fucking hilarious. Dude, he's it's with the limbs, man. The thing with the limbs, dude. Whoops. We're gonna be able to climb. Haha. I don't even know if we're playing anymore. All right, take it easy, guy. Have a good one, buddy. Nice. So far, so good. The backdraft damage is just so damn good. Oh, here comes the other arm.
You're mine.
Now he's armless. Again.
One last time.
Oh, we're playing asteroids. That's fun. Can't see shit.
Heads up, Hugo.
Oh, here it comes. Right in the domeski. Right in the domeski. Nice.
Your time.
Damn. It's Jover. Oh shit.
Die, damn you!
Get him. Yeah, this OST is sick, Radical. So can I. Ooh, we ate some? Ooh. Okay. Fighting juiced. Nice. That's sick. Well, we didn't come for the Mother Crystal, but it was the byproduct of this little situation. Damn, he died with no arms, no legs, no dick. He died with a whole lot of nothing. Oh shit. We're gonna be frothing at the mouth here soon.
Is that you, Ultima? What do you want?
Your soul is tainted with worthless human will, yet your thirst for power remains undiminished. With every sip you take, you grow in strength, and soon you shall achieve perfection.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will accept us, Muthos. It is inevitable. You were created for this purpose, and you shall serve it.
Never!
Fight it, Clive! Don't let him in!
Consciousness. We see now. Human will is so insubstantial it cannot exist in isolation. You mitigate its weakness by interweaving it with your consciousness. We believed we had merely to purge you of your will to claim our vessel. It appears we first have to sever every thread of the consciousness that supports it. No matter. The time to build a new world is not yet upon us. We will contemplate.
Thank you, Joshua.
One can no more command the power of ether by drowning in its flood than one can constrain the tides by standing in the sea. I had thought Hugo wiser than this, but it seems his head was full of rocks after all.
He was thinking with his dick. That's why. And in the end,
Titan
he didn't
was
even
strong.
die with it.
Your Majesty.
But mythos is stronger. For 5 years, that man lived only for revenge. Clinging fast to a fiction, even as it swept him into the abyss. One cannot change one's nature through force of will alone. Only the Almighty can do that.
Hugo Kupka, the man who gave his life for a woman's head. A fool like all the rest.
That the death of a mother crystal should be so beautiful.
Not too many of those things left.
Some medicine, my lord? I have salves, potions, anything you need.
Stop bothering me, urchin, or you'll feel the back of my hand.
Jeez. She's just trying to sell her potions.
Consider your health, my prince. If a show of force is needed to keep the Dalmex at bay, you may trust in your dragoons. I beg you to call on Bahamut only as a last resort. His strength comes at too great a cost.
The Empire agreed to an armistice with the Republic, and yet the Emperor still plots its ruin. For now, the Dalmex suspect nothing, and as long as I can hold their gaze, war need not be inevitable. But more than that, Bahamut is the champion of the Empire. When our people look to the heavens, the sight of him gives them hope. Forgive me, Terence. Would that you were my master. But alas.
I will always be your loyal servant.
Should the Council's brazen maneuvering prompt the Republic to tear up their own treaty and launch a new assault, our soldiers would advance to meet them, cutting across the Central Isles, but not in time to prevent their forces from breaching the southern defenses and storming Twinside. And so the capital would become a battlefield. Thousands of innocents would die. I cannot allow that to happen.
There is one small mercy, at least. You will not be forced to do battle with Titan.
Would that I could avoid doing battle at all.
1,000 pardons, Your Highness.
What is it?
Olivier has been made Emperor. What is the meaning of this?
My father's orders. What were they? Quickly! Yes, Your Highness. His Radiance requests that Your Highness maintain position here and... Gah!
Damn.
Terence.
Yes, my prince.
I must go to the palace.
I'll ready your steed.
What is it now?
Forgive the intrusion, Your Highness.
Joshua?
I know you.
At ease.
We stand in the presence of the Phoenix. You wouldn't want to get your fingers burned.
I hope I'm not interrupting.
Not at all. Though I admit, I did not expect such a distinguished guest.
How many years has it been since the Remembrance ceremony? 20?
I thought you long dead. Do I address a ghost?
Many have told me that I look like one.
They look so similar.
But no. I'm alive. Just. Prince Dion of the House Lesage, I have a tale to tell you.
Well, I want to hear the tale. What the fuck? Gotta go back to the hideaway. Yep, so that crystal's fucking long gone. There's 2 left. There's only 2 left.
I'd better give Otto the good news.
Yeah. Let's talk to our main man, Otto.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border crossing.
Clive, you're back. I am. And with glad tidings for once. Hugo Kupka is no more.
Kupka?
Well,
Kupka.
all of our
comrades who lost their lives back at Sid's place be smiling down at you right now.
We had a stolus from Lubor saying Drake's fang had fallen. I expect that was your doing as well, was it?
It's a long story.
One for the history books, I'll bet.
Welcome home, Clive.
It's good to be back. You look better.
I feel it. Which means I'm coming on your next little adventure. You're not leaving me behind again.
Wouldn't dream of it. Otto, any word on the Royalist movements since I've been away?
Shouldn't you be putting your feet up? If you really want to know, go and have a word with Vivian.
Thank you. I will.
Hi, Vivian.
The conquering hero returns. And with hardly a scratch on him.
I may have picked up one or two.
Well, the fact that you came straight to me instead of visiting our resident physiker suggests that you picked up something more important. A scent. The scent of Waludas.
The very same. But whatever plans Kupka was hatching with the Royalists, he took them to his grave. As did his men. Slaughtered by the orcs who'd taken over the Fang. Orcs, Vivian. I've never seen such creatures in Storm before. The Waludas must have ferried them over from Ash, but why? Why work to rescue Kupka only to invade his home, the mother crystal of an allied nation, and let both fall? It makes no sense.
Do you know the tale of the blind men and the Adamantus?
No.
One can often be led astray by focusing too closely on individual details. One must instead see the bigger picture. And what bigger picture is there than my map?
Yes, please give me another map cutscene. Thank you.
The kingdom of Walud claims dominion over all of Ash. It is a nation forged by the bloody conquest of Barnabas Tharm, the dominant of Odin. The Canvarian War of Independence in 849. The Battle of the Twin Realms in 865. The Battle of Belinus Tor in 873. Wheresoever his armies fought, Odin was found where the fighting was fiercest. But of late, the warrior king appears to have laid his sword to rest. Battle rages for control of the crystalline dominion. Yet Tharm sends not a single ship in support of his Dhalmekian allies. Meanwhile, the Blight ravages great swathes of Ash. Yet warlike Walud shows not the faintest interest in laying claim to untouched lands. So why go to the trouble of sending an army of orcs into the heart of Drake's Fang, only to make no attempt to claim the Mother Crystal for Walud? It can hardly be for lack of men. Tharm's armies rival any in the Twins. No. We have not seen the last of the Waluda standard. Odin will ride again. It is but a question of when.
I think they're just waiting.
And on that day, who will be trampled
They're kind of just waiting until the kingdoms are weak and they can seize the opportunity.
In summary, I know not to what end the royalists betrayed Kupka.
Well, because he wasn't going to be of use to them anymore either.
Broader scheme. A scheme tied to the ambitions of one man.
King Barnabas.
But there is no need to wallow in confusion. If one is to cure a sickness, one must first identify the symptoms. And your Lord Uncle has volunteered to do just that by keeping an eye on the Royalists' movements.
He's really throwing himself into this.
Indeed he is. Which means all that remains for us to do is await his reports. Well, not quite all in your case. The people of the Hideaway must hear the news. Justice has been done. Hugo Kupka is dead. The wounds he left that night are still raw. Especially for those who lived with Sid the longest. Tell them that those wounds might finally begin to heal. Consider it the price of today's instruction.
I've never known you to be sentimental.
What can I say? I am only human. And we are, all of us, sentimental animals at heart.
I suppose we are. Very well. I'll go and spread the word.
Speech! Right? Chat, let's see what y'all left for me.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so.
What did you leave for me, chat? Dire Wolf Jess.
All yours.
Well, thank you, chat.
Best of
Thank
luck
you
out there,
for
Sid.
the benefactory contribution. We have grown in renown indeed. Let's talk with them first. Let's talk to Harpo Crates first.
Ah, Clive.
Harpo
You come seeking
Crates.
the gift of knowledge?
No. To share mine, actually. Hugo Kupka is dead.
Kupker.
Oh my. Can it really be true?
Look, he's crying. He is. The big baby.
And with good reason, children. These are tears of joy. We must offer up a prayer to your parents that the heavens might weep with us. There shall be no lessons today, only thanksgiving and merrymaking. Go, put away your things.
All right. Brilliant.
Like, yeah, day off of school, sick.
Finally, a new dawn has broken.
It has.
Thank you, Clive. I cannot wait to share the good news.
Hippocrates. After Kupka fell, Ultima came to me. I need to know what he is. Have you learned anything?
Alas, no. And not for want of trying. I have scoured nigh every historical tome in our collection and found nothing. Not even the sort of conspicuous absence that might suggest a concealment of fact. One is almost tempted to conclude that such a creature never existed.
But I saw him. With my own eyes.
I don't doubt that you did. Alas, it seems you are the only one who has. To others, he reveals naught. We see only that which he leaves in his wake, like some terrible force of nature beyond the ken of mortal man.
A bringer of death.
Whether the Ultima you met with was the being itself, or merely another projection of its power, I know not. But until I do, my investigations shall continue.
Thank you. It means a lot.
Thanks to Sid.
Well, someone looks pleased with himself. It's true what I'm hearing, then.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing escapes you, Lady Karen. It's true. Kupka is
We
dead.
got him, Grandma.
No more looking over our shoulders, then. Good. I'm starting to get a crick in my neck. Don't let it go to your head, though.
Glad you're okay, Grandma. Oh, you got anything good for him?
Well, don't just stand there gawping.
Enhancer. 230 AR, but only 213 or 215. See, I don't know if that's gonna work for me, dude. Let me see what the Smithy's got going on.
Either way.
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
What is it? I'm busy.
I wanted to tell you that Hugo Kupka is dead.
Why?
I can't tell you how long I've been waiting to hear those words.
Oh, he's about to cry, chat.
This is it then. A new beginning under a new Sid.
I'll try to live up to the name. Right. Let's see if Otto has anything else for me.
All right, let me see if he's got
Back, are ya? Not saying forwarding, do you?
grindstone. Ooh, that's a juicer. Oh, 240, 225.
Should last you a good while. My best work, but it'll do. Yeah, that should do you. That it?
Ooh, that's a gnarly looking sword. Nice.
He cracked the crystal too. Joking. I'm telling you, it's true. I heard it from Otto's own lips.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border crossing.
You barely sat down since you came home. Vivian got you running errands or something?
Just spreading the word.
So, the professor's got a soft side, has she? I've never guessed.
No. She was right, though. Everyone was the news.
You've told everyone. I can think of plenty of friends back at the library. So these all basically for now knowing. Not least of all Sid. You should calculate him.
You're right. I should. And I will.
Well, when you do, be sure to take me with you. She's been going at it hammer and tongue down at that workshop of hers, trying to do her father proud. I can't remember the last time she visited the old salt's grave.
Very well. I'll suggest it.
Yeah, let's go, let's go have a chat with her.
I think Mid might need some help.
If I don't come up with something soon. All right, Clive? What do you want?
I'm going to visit Sid, and I thought you might like to come with me.
Sorry, I'm too busy for all that right now. I've got to get this thermal displacement stack sorted.
Thermal...
What?
Displacement stack.
Audio's glitching
Here.
out. Here, let me fix it for you. Wow, here, it'll probably fix itself here in a second.
Finest ship the world has ever seen. The
I
Enterprise.
don't want to cut out the audio right now. I'll get it fixed here in a second.
Me and my dad designed it together. Where other vessels rely on the fickle winds to drive them through the water, ours is fitted with mithril engines. And those things have got more push than a
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this OBS build, but it's fucking up the audio for the game for some reason.
The stack comes in.
Usually it fixes itself,
I
but
may have already talked some tight-lipped shipwrights into putting the hull together for me in a little dockyard in Canva. But the stack's a bit more involved, so I'm building it here. Thing is, it's so involved that I'm running behind and it's starting to hold things up over at the shipyard. I'll come and see my dad, though, when I'm done. Whenever that is.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Good old Clive. I were hoping you'd say that. First things first, I need some parts meching. There's the plating here. That channels hot
Right,
vapors
should be
away
good
from
now.
the engine. The helm over the top, that disperses all that heat into the air. And the shielding around the sides. That stops the rest of the ship from going up in flames.
A full suit of armor, then. Probably best to take it one piece at a time.
Then you'll need to start with the plating. Everything else fits onto it. I've got the designs and the list of materials here. Show these to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
I can't make head nor tail of them.
Luckily, you don't need to.
I will say, I feel like the constant running around. I probably could have gone around the other way. Like every time you're like between chapters, the constantly running around the base to talk to people is a little tedious.
I went up to give some greens.
Blackthorn, can I ask a favor?
Out with it.
It's for Mid.
This my last chance to say I'm otherwise engaged. Spare myself the arseache. Go on then. What is it this time?
She said you would know. Here.
Krieger's teats.
Queen Marika's
Well,
tits.
I don't know what the hell you'd want this for, but I can make it. Won't be easy though. And I'll need help. Get Gavin-Otto in here, will you?
All right.
So Mid's roped us all in here again, has she? Typical. Still, if that's what it takes to get her to visit Sid's grave, I'll do what I can.
And, what is it we need to do, exactly?
Take a look at this. It's this plating. The usual sword grade steel won't work. We need something that can get very hot, very fast, and still keep its shape. That means an alloy. Something that won't break or buckle at the temperatures she's talking about. Which is where you lot come in. I need materials, and I've got my work cut out already. You'll have to fetch them. Now, there's a special kind of sand I'm after that you can only find out in the Valcroy. Stardust, they call it. As for the rest of the stuff, my usual supply should have it in stock. It just needs buying and bringing back here.
Well, we'll get it done quicker if we split up. One of us should probably give you an hand coat in the sand.
And the other can go and get the rest from this supplier.
Probably gonna be Gav going with me.
Well, make your minds up who's going where, and we can get this over with.
Up to you who you take to the desert. I mean, Gav's good in a fight, but he don't have my winning personality.
Don't listen to him. You'll be in the lowest of low company with either of us.
That's funny.
You going after the Stardust then, are you? Which one of these two lucky souls is going with you?
We'll go with Otto.
Otto, you're with me.
All right then.
Gav is good in a
Where we
fight,
find
but you know what?
Stardust, and how will we know it when we see it?
Yeah, he's
There's a
asking the
river
right
runs through
questions.
The southern reaches of the Valcroy. It's the black sand that washes up on its banks that you're after.
And I'm guessing you'll be needing sack loads of the stuff. Might be worth hiring porters at the Dalimil Inn. I'll head down there. See about finding us a wagon.
All right. I'll meet you by the river.
Yous two take care, eh? I'll go and see this supplier.
Just don't let the bastard fleece you, eh?
He wouldn't do that. He's Blackthorn's mate. Isn't he?
Best of luck.
Yeah. All right. Well, that pretty much settles it. We have some quests. Let's do the side missions.
Good day to you. Sid.
Oh shit, she called me Sid.
The crystals we get from the tail are all but worthless.
And we had to dig a new cellar.
Hey, Quentin.
Ah, Clive. Your timing is exquisite, as always. I have a concern which you may be able to assist me with.
What is it?
Go on.
There are whisperings afoot of shadowy figures having been sighted outside the village. Rustlings in the undergrowth, suspicious noises. My people fear that they are being watched. It may be no more than a surfeit of nerves, understandable in the current climate, or it may be the prelude to something altogether more dangerous. Given what I hope you'll forgive me calling your nose for trouble, I wondered if you might investigate.
Sure.
Of course.
Excellent. You might begin by speaking with the good citizens of Lostwing. Listen to their tales, and make what you will of them.
All right. I will.
Hello.
Right. Let's see what the people of the village have to say. I'd better find out if this is just nerves, or something we need to take more seriously.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Do you have a moment? There's talk of suspicious figures in the woods. Have you seen anything out of the ordinary?
No, but I've heard something. Sound of scraping metal, like someone sharpening a sword.
Where was this?
In Lorbert's Pass. Was out foraging for herbs when I heard it, screeching out from between the trees. Ran back here as quick as my legs would carry me, and I ain't been back since.
I see. I'll look into it.
Scraping.
Thank you. Seems Lorbert's Pass is our best bet then. What do you say, Torgal?
Oh.
Shall we go and investigate?
Well, I guess that was quick. Didn't need to ask anybody else. I'm assuming it is in fact this way. Yes. I want to try out this sword.
You there?
Fuck! He's seen us. Get them before they escape.
Fuck.
Black Shields. Here. What the hell are you doing here?
What is it to you? Not that we give a damn. All that matters to us is that you don't leave here alive.
It's Jova.
were they here? Were they planning an attack on Lostwing? I need to warn Quentin.
Or tell him all the news.
Clive, how goes the hunt for our sinister figures?
I found some black shields hiding near Lorbert's Pass. They're gone now.
Black Shields. The Empress's former bloodhounds. Though they serve another master now. One who means to root out and destroy both me and those I care for. And it would appear the pack has finally caught the scent of its prey. Damn it all. I had hoped I would have more time than this. More time to prepare. But if we are cornered, we have no choice but to bite back. And bite back we shall.
Oh, are you gonna fight him?
Sorry, you're going to need to explain. Who did the Black Shield serve now? And why would that person want you dead?
Because I want him dead.
Who?
The former Lord Chief Justice of Sanbreque. All that I have built here is for him.
I don't understand. Why him? Why Lostwing?
I suppose it is better that you know the truth. I was a member of the judiciary once. So sickened was I by the injustice of this world, I swore to fight it. And fight it I did in my own small way. I saw more than a few corrupt officials condemned to the very cells into which they had thrown blameless innocents. Men to whom the law was but a scourge to turn against the powerless. And throughout, it was the Lord Chief Justice who backed me, who was my one true ally in the quest to see justice done.
So what changed?
I discovered that he hunted bearers for sport. I was a fool to think he shared my hatred of venality and vice. His support for me was no more than a facade. A means of ridding himself of his rivals, a mask to hide the rot beneath. I filed suit against him immediately. His response, however, was rather more visceral. He had my entire family slaughtered.
Fuck.
And he faced no punishment whatsoever. I lost everything. My loved ones, my livelihood, my position. The faith I had once held that any modicum of justice might be achieved through the courts. So I set about enacting my own. I tracked down every soul who served him, and slit their throats myself. But the man himself proved an altogether more difficult target. With money and power come protection, and so I saw that I would need an army of my own. I came here to Lostwing and began recruiting like-minded individuals.
And everyone here knows this is why you do what you do.
Of course. They too have lost loved ones to the bearer hunts. Seen faultless friends sent to the gallows to spare the guilty. All under the watchful eye of the Lord Chief Justice. Our wounds are the same. And our cause is the same. We are comrades, and our revenge is already in motion. We know where he hides, how numerous and well-trained his guard.
They're gonna fuck him up.
What we did not know until now, however, was that his plans may already be in motion too.
Quentin.
Our time is short. He may move against us at any moment, unless we move against him first. My friends and comrades, it begins. Make ready for war.
Damn. For great justice.
I'm not going to change his mind.
I think that is a job for us to do much, much later. So, later, we shall do it. Okay. There was another quest over here I saw. Well, he's got a lot of dialogue.
And what lawlessness is afoot today? That was your doing, was it not? As for me, ours is a blessed corner of the Velcroy. At least they did. So, you and I...
Devilishly handsome.
Alas. Still...
Hey, what's up, Tom?
Says Drake's fang has fallen. Does that mean the furnace is going to stop working?
Maybe. So shut your trap and get that water forged while you're still
finest
the most fragrant herbs and spices.
No one gone, just like that. And without so much as a by your leave.
What's the matter?
It's my apprentice. He up and vanished while my back was turned. I'd go and look for him myself, but I've got a bakery to run. A bakery that's now short one pair of hands. Loath though I am to rely on the kindness of strangers, I'm at a loss. Please, will you see if you can find him?
I'll see what I can do.
Very well.
Oh, whoops.
I'll trouble you no further.
I reached over and
My
I
fortune.
didn't realize that.
What's the matter?
I didn't realize that I hit B. I thought I hit
what
A.
I can do.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was off somewhere mooning at Drake's fang. He used to work there, you see. Poor fool left his heart in its hollow.
All right. Then that's where I'll start.
Did I watch the state of play? Anything you're looking forward to? I did watch the state of play. The Soul Reaver remaster looked pretty good. I haven't played that game in a long time, but I really liked it when I was a kid.
Straight home now.
I think this might be one of those marks. Yeah.
My blade yet hungers, and so do I.
But yeah, aside from that, I don't know. I don't remember seeing anything that like really stood out.
Come, let us feast on your flesh. Your feasting days are over.
Definitely was not one of the stronger state of plays. Bonk. ahead and do that. No. I think we can probably still kill it. Nice. These marks are definitely the hardest fights in the game, for sure. No question. Level juiced.
Those who kill for sport deserve no better. Good girl.
Yeah!
Be safe.
Maybe we'll see more during TGS. Yeah, maybe. Seemed like it was mainly just to try to showcase PS5
Excuse
Pro.
me. What do you want? The baker sent me to find you.
I am a sorry, selfish sod, aren't I? Certainly not a baker. Master must have ruled the day he took me in. Time was the sight of the fang used to calm my nerves. But now look at her.
I take it you missed the Mother Crystal.
I hated her, but she was all I knew. Worked her mines for years. And when she shattered, part of me shattered with her. I had to trade my pickaxe for a rolling pin, but I'm no good at baking. Every loaf I touch collapses. My bread's as hollow as I am.
Aw.
She was the only thing that could fill the hole inside
Oh, okay, okay.
I loved her, damn
Getting a little too deep here,
Now
dude.
she's gone. She's never coming back. What am I supposed to do? I ask her. How does a shell of a man learn to live again?
Perhaps you could express yourself in your work. If you missed the fang, maybe you could recapture it somehow.
Archage
Recapture
Chronicles
it?
looked interesting.
I'm a baker, not a...
Can expect pay to win.
know.
Yeah, I don't know.
You might just be right.
Nothing like really stood out to me, honestly.
been. I have to get back to the bakery right
There's
away.
definitely a lot of like indie stuff.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend. You've opened my eyes.
The Ghost of Tsushima sequel seemed like it
Wait.
might be pretty cool too.
Suppose you won't be needing an escort then.
I haven't played Ghost of Tsushima though, so maybe I'll have to do that one of these days.
Ah, there you are. The man who lit a fire under my wayward apprentice. Though I worry you might have stoked the flames a little too high. He damn near ran me down trying to get to my oven.
Master, it's ready. Behold the Drake's Balm. A truly unique creation.
I dare say it is.
Just
Mhm.
look at it. A perfect likeness of the Fang herself.
Heard a lot of people say it
Her
was mid.
steeple peaks, her fulsome spurs, her inviting hollow.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard it was alright.
My loaves collapse more often than not, but what's the Fang without her crater? Why, no Fang at all. And look, inside. She's filled to bursting with a bounty of beautiful crystals. Salt crystals! Master, I have found my purpose. I must use my work here to preserve the memory of the Fang.
Well, if it tastes half as unique as it looks, I'd certainly say you're onto something. not only is my apprentice back, but he's finally pulling his weight. With any luck, I might even have a new delicacy on my hands. I don't know how you did it, but you have my
I just
thanks.
talked to the guy. That's all I did. Quest juiced.
Now,
We can go out the side
do some-
entrance.
I know you're
Fragrant herbs
The
and
finest fabrics, fresh from the capital.
Looks like I found the river. Now where's Otto?
faster.
Straight home now.
Otto, what's up, Chief?
Sorry I'm late.
Oh, Clive. I had a quick scout about, and I reckon this area's our best bet. Seems Blackthorn's the only one who thinks smithing with his Stardust stuff's a good idea. It's just lying here, waiting for any old fool to fill his boots.
But unlike any old fool, you thought to bring a wagon.
Well spotted. Now get filling.
Not gonna grab the chocobo for this one.
So this is Stardust. It just looks like black sand to me.
Imagine it's just poo-poo from the local wildlife. Imagine that's what we're making mithril with.
That should be enough for now. Let's see how Otto's getting on.
How much did you get?
Enough. I hope.
Yeah, just whatever I could fit in my pocket, even though you brought a whole wagon.
More than me. Put it all together and I can't see Blackthorn complaining. Much. Here, Clive. Do you fancy a walk? Sid will be proud.
Of what?
Of you, you idiot. The way you've carried on what he started. When we first met, I had you down as a spoilt little puppy who enjoyed nothing more than biting the hand that fed you. But 5 years on, you're the one doing the feeding. So thanks for proving me wrong.
You weren't wrong. But I changed. Thanks to Sid. And thanks to you. When I suggested taking on his name, you were the first to back me. And if you hadn't, no one else would have. I couldn't have done any of this without you, Otto.
Yo, give over. You're making me blush.
Mhm.
All I did was choose hope over despair. I gave you a chance, yes, but you're the one who took it. You took a rabble of homeless, hopeless outcasts and put them back on their feet. Gave them something worth fighting for, just like the old Cid did. About time I was heading back, I reckon. All this scrabbling about in the sand's taken its toll on the old pins.
I'll see you back at the hideaway then. You can take a well-earned rest when you get there.
Oh, I plan to. Believe you me. But I'll
Believe
make
you
sure
me.
Blackthorn gets his precious black sand before I put my feet up. He'll only moan otherwise.
Right. Ready to go home, boy?
I'm fucking ready. Let's go. All right, we're gonna deliver the the Stardust, back to the hideaway.
Blackthorn. Got everything you need?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Cheers for the Stardust. Should be enough to be getting on with.
Nice to get out and about for once. Let's do it again sometime, eh?
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It will take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down my neck.
Thank you, Blackthorn. I'll let Mid know construction's underway.
All right. Got quite a bit of renown going.
Suppose we'd better be getting back to work too.
Give us a shout if you need anything.
He cracked the crystal too? You're joking.
This is like the letters and stuff that we get. I never freaking check these. Oh god. Oh. Wade. I mean, Tom Cruise. Alright, we're gonna go talk to Min.
If I don't come up with something soon.
I got it covered,
You'll be
Mid.
pleased to hear that Blackthorn started work on the plating.
Excellent. 1 down, 2 to go.
So, what's next?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins? I thought that material was all but impossible to work.
Ah, but we don't have to.
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need.
Oh, how convenient.
What's the name back there? I'll give you all the details.
What's her name?
What's her name?
Right. Helena.
Oh, Sid, is this about the helm?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Mid said I should speak with you.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surrounding air. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, the rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed the displacement coefficient of the plating. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode.
That sounds
this is
horrible.
where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that excess energy. Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels of heat far above anything we are able to make today. And not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect material for our protective hood. Why? If sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize instantly. The forces produced would tear the ship from stern to...
You can stop there. I understand.
She's just
So we won't
frothing at
be
the
able to
mouth
use
explaining
parts
all
of
the
a
engineering
fallen
stuff to
ruin.
me.
Where would I find it?
Ah, yes. It's in Lorbert's Pass, near Lostwing. The thing is, well, I probably should have arranged to have the pieces we need brought here sooner. You see, a certain unwanted visitor has taken up residence there. It's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them. It's, going to be considerably more dangerous than that.
I see. Then I suppose I'd better deal with this unwanted visitor for you.
Indeed.
Would that help?
Oh, very much. Thank you, Sid. I'll gather my team and head there right away. We'll meet you outside the ruins.
Well, alrighty, I'll see you soon then.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
Looks like they rallied the forces here. Looks like nobody here. Am I enjoying the game so far? I love this game. It's a really, really good game. We're going south. It reminds me a lot of The Witcher, gameplay-wise, but without all of the, like, travel fluff. I still think as a whole, I like the adventure of The Witcher a little bit better. But it's a very good game. Like, really fluid combat. I think the main issue with the combat for me is that it kind of takes a while to get like skill points and stuff going. Like, I'm in pretty far into the game at this point, and like I feel like I have like no skills. Like, obviously I've unlocked skills through being you know, part of this. I haven't spent many ability points recently. That's also part of my issue. But yeah, like I do feel like I have not been able to unlock very many skills. Because the ones that are really good are just so freaking expensive.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, but the
Sid.
combat is fun though. It's really good.
So much for coming.
I think the combat is better than The Witcher, but I feel like The Witcher's like
I told you about, I'd imagine.
The Witcher's a little bit more captivating, I think, with like feeling like it motivates you to do the quests more.
I'll be right back.
I think I think when you're playing The Witcher and you're doing the quests where you have to do some detective work and figure things out, I think they did that a little bit better than in this game. Like in this game, you literally just like walk around and just talk to people. Whereas in The Witcher, you have to actually like look around and investigate things and find the right things to look for.
This must be our unwanted visitor. Time to go.
How much damage does this do? Probably does a little more damage now that it's
The things I do for you, Mid.
Sid! Oh, thank goodness you're safe.
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Indeed. Well, don't let us keep you. We'll, see that everything is transported safely back to the hideaway.
All right. I'll let Mid know you're on your way.
I think the expectation was that you play the game multiple times to unlock all the moves. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it was like the lead combat guy from DMC worked on this.
If I don't come up with something soon.
Mid. Helena has recovered the material for the helm. She'll be along shortly.
Excellent. Another job well done.
And just one remaining.
Right. Right, the shielding. This one's a bit of a bugger.
How so?
The plating's enough to stop the engines going pop, but those things will still be spitting out enough fire to set the rest of the ship ablaze. Which is why you need proper shielding. A prison for the dragon's breath that's blazing away inside. I thought a triple thick layer of tempered steel might do it. Or more of the stuff that the Fallen use, but they'd both be too heavy. The helm and the plating are bulky enough
Makes
as
sense
it
in
is.
DMC because it's a
Add
much
any
shorter game and you
hallway
can
and the
repeat
whole
levels
ship
at
would be
will.
at the
Doesn't
bottom
make
of the
much sense in
briny
this
before
game.
we'd even
Yeah.
started.
It definitely makes it a little harder, but I
handy
mean, honestly, like it
I've
does
got my
feel like
brains
there's
and I
always
just
something
can't think what
interesting
I'm
going
doing.
on. Like almost every chapter you get something new that
If
like
I were in need of
rounds out the
obscure
build.
knowledge, I know whose counsel I would seek. Harpocrates.
Tomes? Yeah, well, I'd have thought of that, obviously. I've got all the details written down here. Can you take this to him? See what he makes of it?
Right away.
Really not sure which way is faster.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures in. Thanks to Sid.
Harpo credits.
Hippocrates, do you have the moment?
For you, Clive? Always.
No, Clive, it's Harpo
Well, actually,
crates.
it's submit this time. Could you take a look at this?
Yeah, the plans.
Shielding for a mithril engine? Whatever will that girl think of next?
She is pretty crafty.
What are these notes around the edges?
She has some specific requirements for the materials. The shielding needs to be able to resist extreme heat on the inside, and yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight, while also being light enough not to sink it. As you can imagine, she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution.
Do love having a huge variety in your attacks. When I see games where I just do the same 3-hit combo all game, it gets boring real quick. Yeah, the only parts where I feel like I noticed that a lot in this game is when you're Ifrit.
Consider the lake we have made our home. Its blighted waters eat away far more quickly than fresh water or even brine, at timber and steel alike. And yet, we have made a home here from those very materials nonetheless.
We have. But Bardolph must varnish every board twice over to keep it from rotting. And Obelus complains that without a constant supply of pitch. I see.
Early Gregorian histories speak of a preparation known as moon dew. It is said to be able to resist even the most ferocious flames. Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their castle walls with it in order to guard against dragonfire.
So if we could recreate it...
It might be applied to some material or other in order to provide the protection Mid requires. As to how best to apply it and to what material, perhaps Bardolph and Obelus might be of assistance. I shall speak to them and see what wisdom they might have to offer. If you would be so kind as to procure the necessary ingredients, I shall discuss the specifics of how it might be most effectively put to use with our two friends. The knowledge of the past may yet prove useful to we of the modern era.
Thank you, Hippocrates.
Thanks, Harpo
And
crates.
since you're asking others to help you, perhaps I should too.
So you need a hand, do you?
We do. I'll be heading to market for the ingredients we need. I could do with some help. And some company too.
The other can assist me in researching how best to prepare the shielding itself.
Can we count on your aid?
Always. Well, if Jill's game.
Thank you.
I am sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable in my research. I leave the decision as to who will go with whom in your capable hands.
Well, of course we're going to take Jill with us. I wonder if these decisions actually matter.
So, Clive, have you made your decision?
Yes.
Who will accompany you on your little excursion?
Very well. So then, what do we need to find?
I have taken the liberty of preparing a list. Here.
We're going shopping.
White chocobo eggs. Pepio nuts. Are you sure this list is right? Everything on here seems very edible. I would have thought the ingredients would be a little more exotic.
Though these items may seem mundane, they have potent effects that are rarely exploited, effects for which they were once highly prized. So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction, hence moon dews having fallen from favor. Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease. You should be able to find everything you need at the market in Northreach.
Is that so? I've been meaning to visit Northreach anyway. I'll set out now. Join me there when you're ready.
I will. Until then.
Yep, I'll see you there.
You two enjoy yourselves.
You too, Talia.
Something tells me we got a big... This kind of reminds me, this section of the game reminds me of the like post-revolution phase of Fable 3. Where you're just faced with like a ton of decisions back to back.
All anyone ever wants.
You'll not find a...
Were those Pepio nuts? Can have it.
How goes the hunt for ingredients?
I've only just started. I'm sure everything we need is somewhere amongst all these stalls, though. Why don't we split up and see? We'll take a couple of ingredients each.
All right. What am I looking for?
How about you look for the Pepio nuts and some garlic? I'll find the other things we need. We can meet by the gate when we're finished.
Okay. Excuse me, do you have any nuts?
What can I interest you in today? I trust it's all here. I hope it's to your liking.
How the hell is anyone...
What do you want? Go on, take it. If that's what you want. Ain't.
That's everything. Let's see how Jill's getting on.
Been wearing the same clothes for 5 years, Chet.
Did you find everything?
I did.
I did. Here.
Garlic and Pepio nuts. Perfect. Now, all that remains is for Harpocrates to somehow turn all this into what Mid needs to keep her engine cool. But before we head back, would you walk with me a while?
Yeah. We're gonna have a moment, Chet. Ooh, a little picnic. We're romancing.
Thank you for asking me to help you today. It makes a nice change.
It does. It's good to get away from all the battle and bloodshed for once. Just being here reminds me of when we were children. Do you remember walking down Market Street in Rosalith, taking in the sights and smells?
How could I forget? What with Torgal's antics. Remember how his nose would prick up at the scent of sausages? He'd go
he loves
racing
them.
away and we'd have to go running after him. We wouldn't catch you now, would we, boy?
Yeah, that's a good boy.
Was there
Get a
anything you
chin.
wanted to buy for yourself while we're here?
There was, yes. Well, sort of. Molly in the kitchens told me about a place that sells particularly good pies. Thought you might like to share one with me.
Sure.
I would. Thank you.
He's very mindful, very demure.
And I saw some bread.
Bread and pie, okay.
Big white cobs like the baker back in Rosalith used to make.
What about a bottle of wine?
What do you think?
Are we gonna rizz it
I
up?
thought we might get some soup to dip it in. But then I tried a slice of the butcher's dry-cured ham and it was just... oh,
You all right?
sorry. It's just... you're right. I really do feel like a child again being here with you. Clive. Is it wrong of me to enjoy this?
No, Jill. This is how life should be. And it's how our lives will be when our work is finally done. When we can live on our own terms.
I hope so. Thank you, Clive.
Wonder we'll hear something about Witcher 4 and 1 remake. It's been 2 years. Question is if they were deep in development when they were announced, or if it's just to make stockholders happy. They I don't even think they were in development at all. I think when they were announced, it was like very pre-production.
I suppose we better be getting back. I need to give these ingredients to Harpocrates and Talia. I'll see you at the hideaway.
Take care.
I will.
I think we're probably still a couple years away. Yeah, there we go. Harpo crates. Got all your shit.
How's work on the shielding progressing, Harpocrates?
Well, very well indeed. And thanks in no small part to your kind assistance. I was just explaining to Talia how we might best go about preparing the moon dew. And now that we have all the ingredients, we may begin.
Dude.
You can count on me.
I think that guy is the fucking turtle in Elden Ring.
I'm sure you have.
Dude, I'm so sure. The way he says "do."
Under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obelus.
Dude, that's the dog. That's the dog in Elden Ring, chat.
All of you.
It's him. It's Harpocrates.
Right then.
He's the dog.
Would you join me in the infirmary?
I swear to God, he is.
Many hands make light work and all that.
You have to listen to the way he says the word "do," and then you need to compare that to how he says "celestial dew" in Elden Ring. I know it's the same guy. It's the fucking Pope dog in Elden Ring.
You.
It's him. I know it is.
It was nice
I can tell just by the voice.
being with you.
It appears our work here is almost at an end. A shame. I was enjoying playing the man of action for once. When both the shielding and the moon dew are ready,
It's him. It's absolutely him. 100% chance it's him.
the other, followed by a rigorous process of testing and retesting, of course.
I knew his voice sounded familiar, but I didn't want to say anything until I could put my finger on it. And that's who he is. He's the dog.
Thank you, Harpocrates.
He's the dog Pope. Alright, we're gonna have to go back to mid, probably.
I better go and give Mid the good news then.
Hi, Mid.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mid. But you'll be pleased to know that work on the shielding is underway.
You found something for it?
In a manner of speaking, Harpocrates knew of a substance that's highly resistant to heat. A coating that should provide the protection you need. He's supervising the construction and testing of the shielding as we speak.
Brilliant! I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Don't thank me. I'm just the errand boy.
Right then, better start working out how to bolt all these bits together. To the Black Hammer!
You know, when I got into the smithing game, I thought I'd be making swords and shields, not thermal bleeding didgeridoo-dahs.
Displacement stacks.
Oh, displacement stacks. That's what. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said.
Whatever you call it, I ain't putting it together in here. It's cramped enough as it is. Let's take this outside. Mid, you get all the parts lined up on the deck. I'll take care of the rest.
On my way.
Oh, and bring me the biggest hammer you can find. This is gonna require some precision walloping.
Ooh. Let's get smithing. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that they're in full swing on it, Pone. But as far as I understand, the Witcher remake is actually being done by a different team outside of CDPR. I think they outsourced it, if I'm not mistaken. I forget what company it is, though, or what studio it is.
It's finished! It's finally finished!
This does not look like anything related to what we're
Fuck for that. I'll be feeling my hammer arm for weeks.
Thank
hell are
you,
we looking at?
Clive, Blackthorn, everyone. That's one down and just 3 more to go.
Oh, that's great.
I'm sorry.
Oh, didn't I tell you? The Enterprise has 4 mithril engines, and we'll be needing a displacement stack for each.
You don't mean...
Don't worry. Now they've got a finished one to work off. My gang in Canva can build the rest.
Good luck to them, I say. Right, I'm off to get a sling for this elbow. Any other work comes in, keep it to yourselves, eh?
That's fair. All right.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Just daydreaming.
Yeah, it could be Epon. Not sure.
Thinking about the Enterprise sailing off over the horizon to shores unknown. Searching for a land untouched by the Blight. Just like me and my dad planned. So if the worst came to the worst and every scrap of soil in the Twins turned black, we might still have a chance. That's what she was meant to be. You see, one last chance just in case we needed it. But now she's so close to being finished, I've realized I don't want it to be that. I don't want it to be just a lifeboat for us to cling to if things get desperate. I want people to sail aboard her by choice, not from the lack of it. In a world where we're not just trying to survive, but where we can actually live.
I'm working on that. And I'll do everything I can to get you what you want.
Don't you always? All right. My mind's made up. As soon as the Enterprise is fit to sail, I'm putting her under your command. Sod our plans, I'm trusting in yours.
Are you sure about this?
Something tells me it's what my dad would have wanted.
He'd be proud of you.
You were
Because
gonna
if you're a
visit his
voice actor
grave,
looking to
weren't you?
work, looking for work, Vancouver's the place to go, so it makes sense.
And you can come too now.
Yeah, there's also work in Toronto as well.
Right. There's just one thing I need to finish up first.
Toronto is
Well,
like
Mo.
the New York City of
Right.
Canada,
I'll let Otto know you're coming.
and Vancouver
mess
is
when
like
you're
the
ready.
LA of Canada.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Let's go talk to Otto.
It told me she was building a
We do have, oh gosh, there's so many quests.
ship.
Really? That's a ship.
I'm gonna go ahead and start this part. Oh, but you know what? Twitch chat's got a little something for me.
Welcome to the
We've
Patrons Whisper.
gained renown.
Come to claim your just desserts.
Ooh, ability points, Pog.
Here you are.
Hell yeah.
All done?
Thank you, chat.
All right, Clive. Asterix. Mid finished sending half the hideaway traipsing across the Twins, has she? I swear, that girl'd do anything to put off visiting her old dad's grave. No excuses now, though, eh?
Not quite. She said there was one final thing she had to take care of. I'm sure she'll be finished soon enough.
She said that, in those words.
She did, yes.
Clive, were you born yesterday or something? There is no thing. She'll probably be halfway to Canva by now.
Mid. I might still be able to catch her.
We gotta catch her before she leaves.
Is that the thing Tomes helped?
Obolus, have you seen Mid?
Yep. In a boat, going that way.
Then I'm too late.
You in a hurry and all, are you? I offered to take her across, but she wouldn't wait. Just paid for a dinghy and rowed off. Oars going like the clappers. Got some life in her, ain't she? But anyway, I was on my way up to see you, as it happens.
Was that right?
Got a letter for you. Urgent, by the sound of it. One of your uncle's men said I was to hand it to you in person, post-bleeding haste.
Fair.
And you're here now.
Thank you, Obelith.
Don't mention it.
What tidings, Uncle?
The friend I mentioned agreed to share the contents of a strongbox, knowledge of the free cities. I doubt the authorities will take kindly to the unauthorized use of their dockyards. Like to borrow Gav? Well, sure, yeah.
Trouble in Canva. Well, I'll need someone to keep an eye on Mid.
So what? Mid got us to do all the dirty work and then just sailed off into the sunset?
It, seems that way.
Well, nothing we can do about it now. But next time you plan on visiting Sid, you might want to tie her to something before you suggest it.
Ah, don't be so hard on her. Got to admit, the dirty work was kind of fun. Everyone pitching
That's true.
in,
We had a
all
good
that
team
bollocks.
effort going. It was nice.
Just like when we built this place.
You're right.
Anyway, we all set to head to the old hideaway. I could do with getting to Canva pretty sharpish. Wouldn't do to keep Lord Rosfield of the Seven High Houses waiting now, would it? Not after he asked for me personally.
Gav will be leaving with me. Will you mind the place while we're gone?
You can count on me. Just be sure to give Sid and the others my regards. All right.
Oh, by the way, Jill will be joining us too. She's got some things to take care of, but she'll meet us there.
I hope she's telling the truth at least.
All right, Sid's legacy. Hey, Sid.
Well, Sid, I remember what you told me. But if no one is listening to what you have to say, you may as well not say it. But I will say this, old friend. Hugo Kuka is gone. His shadow looms over us no longer.
It's a pity the Phoenix can't be in two places at once. If he'd have been with us, maybe he could have done something for the lost.
Not even the Phoenix can bring people back from the dead. Life has a beginning and an end. So we must live while we have the chance. And not as slaves to the crystals, but as free men.
Fuck yeah.
May we join you?
Goots. Grandma.
Lady Karen, what a pleasant surprise.
I thought I'd drop by and see how you were all doing before heading off to restock my supplies. It wasn't the most scenic view back then, but it were never as bad as this.
I know. The Blight marches on. And soon, there will be no escaping sights like these. So our mission remains unchanged. We cannot stop until every Mother Crystal is gone, and their thirst for ether with them. The only one that remains in Storm is Drake's tail in the Crystalline Dominion.
Our next target.
We're going to Twinside.
I mean, there's still technically two, though.
It's the capital of the Empire these days. I wouldn't like to think how tightly guarded they've got the place. Not that that'll stop you, but we do well to scout it out before you go charging in.
We would indeed.
If you're off to the Dominion, you can take this great lump with you.
Goots!
Goots?
Oh, I am sorry. Have you forgotten you're the most wanted man in the Twins? I thought you might like to disguise yourselves as the attendants of a travelling trader, assuming you've no better ideas.
It's actually a pretty good idea.
You wanted to buy yourself some tools, didn't you? Well, now's your chance.
Oh, he's loving it.
You're letting me go with them. Oh, thanks, Nan.
Stop that! You'll break me bones, you great galoot.
Oh, he's so happy.
There's a caravan that runs back and forth between the Dominion and the Bocklad markets.
It's like a 5-year-old at Christmas, dude.
Just
Fuck.
show them Goots' traders pass, and you'll be on your way. It'll be a damn sight less risky than footing it the length of the Crystal Road. That's for sure.
Thank you, Karen. And glad to have you with us, Goots.
Oh, okay then. I'll get me things, and I'll meet yous there. See yous down in Bocklad.
Get off! Me poor fingers!
That's funny.
Jill, you're with me.
Understood.
And Gav,
Already on my way, Captain.
be careful.
Aren't I always?
We're all going our separate ways.
Do you see that, Sid? Your protege's making a proper little outlaw of himself.
Sid would be proud of all that good work we've been putting in, chat. Are all these areas still shut? Let me see about heading back to the hideaway briefly here because there's a couple of quests. All right, let's go to the reading table.
I've got a few more things to pack before I leave.
The crystal too? You're joking.
Dragon Black thrown out of the dumps.
Hopefully it's nothing. But I should speak to Blackthorn just in case.
Second part of this. The Hound? What?
wrong with Torgor? He seemed well enough when I last saw him.
I hope he's okay. Off the record.
Trouble with the ledgers. Shouldn't he be asking Otto for help?
Yeah, Otto's the one on the books. Well, we got a few quests we gotta attend to here. All right, what's going on with my dog?
I got your note. You think something's wrong with Torgor?
So you can read. Congratulations. But I didn't say I were wrong with him. I said something weren't right. He's not been eating me treats. He used to
Do they
love
taste
cracking
good?
bones from Molly's boiled brown, but now he won't so much as look at them. Didn't like him. Which is why I'm of a mind that his mind's on something else. You've not been working him too hard, have you?
No harder than usual.
What's going on, boy? Why don't you like your treats?
Is that it, boy? Do you need a rest?
Aw.
What was it you said he was? A frost wolf?
That's what the lawsman seems to think.
Then maybe this all has something to do with whatever it is that's woken inside him.
Oh, maybe.
I suppose things have been different since Rosalith.
That's
Hippocrates knows
true.
something.
We can
Instead
talk
of
to him.
everything, you mean? Perhaps.
Well, let's talk to Harpo Crates. Let's see what's going on.
Lawsman, I need to ask you about Torgor. Something's not right with him.
He isn't ill, is he?
I don't think so. But according to Lady Karen, he seems to have lost his appetite, which is certainly a new development. She says he's hardly been touching his bones of late, and she believes it may have something to do with what happened at Rosalith Castle.
I rather think she might be right, though not about his appetite. All canids are instinctively inclined to crack open bones for the rich marrow that resides within.
Right.
And I see no reason why a frost wolf should be any different. Accordingly, I suspect it is not a lack of appetite that afflicts Torgor, but a surfeit of it. If we assume that his newfound magics require additional nourishment to sustain, it may well be that the bones Lady Karen is accustomed to providing are no longer sufficient.
Maybe.
Frost wolves, after all, habitually prey upon far larger animals, whose bones may yield altogether different nutrients. As to where one might find a suitable substitute, some antelopes that graze the meadows of eastern Rosaria have been known to grow to a size more than double that of their lesser cousins.
I don't recall ever seeing any that large.
And little wonder. The oldest and largest such creatures rarely leave the safety of the highlands for fear of predators. The last elder antelope sighting I recall hearing about took place near Cressida, and that was long before the village was abandoned.
Even so, it seems like a good place to start.
Good hunting, Clive.
Okay, so that's gonna be in Cressida. I've been there before. Let's talk to Blackthorn. See what's going on in his life right now. What are you all groveling over now?
Do you have a moment?
Not really, no.
This won't take long. I just wanted to ask how you're getting on. August was worried about you, that you might still be doubting your craft, even after learning the trick of that cuirass. Is there something else weighing on your mind? Perhaps sharing your thoughts might help.
That bastard's like a dog with a bone. Still, you've got a keen eye, I'll give him that. He's just, well, Karen showed me something. Something I've never seen before.
And that was?
A sword. An odd-looking thing with a single-edged blade. The metal itself wasn't anything to write home about, but fuck me, the edge on it. You could slice a man clean in two with a weapon like that, and he'd be halfway home before he even realised he'd been cut.
So that's what's troubling you.
No. Not troubling me exactly. More distracting. Can't stop thinking, how do you get an edge that sharp? It's driving me mad.
And if you knew how to do it, we could arm the curse breakers with even better blades.
That's about the size of it, yeah.
I'll see what I can find out.
Well, we're gonna talk to
Sharper
Karen,
swords
I
are always
guess.
welcome. And we can't have our master blacksmith being distracted.
You're a soft touch, you know that. But I can't say I'm not grateful for it. Good luck,
At least he's not all grumbling over everything, and you know,
See what Karen knows about this sword.
he'll talk about his feelings to us now. That's good. Built up a little trust over the years, you know.
You're looking well, Karen.
What do you want? Out with it.
I want to know about the sword you showed Blackthorn. Single-edged and extremely sharp.
Running around after him again, are you?
I am.
I suppose I am, yes. But I need to help him find out how to work an edge like that. It's driving him to distraction.
Little wonder, I suppose. There's not many like that make it as far as the twins, and those that do go straight into private collections. Which made it nice and easy finding a buyer.
Can you tell me who bought it? Where is it now?
You think I tell people who my clients are? Suppose you're not likely to go nicking him off me, are you now? Fine. If you stop mooning at me like that. Lord Ignac's the man you want. Dalmekian bloke. Collects weapons and the like. And he's got more money than sense, which is why he's one of my favourite clients. Reckon he'll still be at the inn in Dalamil, where I left him.
Thank you, Karen.
Oh, and he's a touch eccentric, if you take my meaning.
I appreciate the warning.
Okay. And we still have to go. Oh, we still gotta go talk to Mid. Well, it's not Mid, but like in her workshop.
I don't know where Sid gets the energy.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Hello, Chief.
Did you get my letter?
I did.
That's why I'm here.
Shh. Otto might be listening.
What?
Is this better?
A little. Listen. I've some bad news. It turns out the hideaway may be slightly behind in its payment to certain lenders, and it's maybe my fault. But I swear to the goddess, I thought I had the numbers square. Sadly, that square turned out to be more of a circle. Zero, you might say. I can straighten it out, I swear, but it's gonna take some time, and I'm gonna need help keeping it from Otto.
Bit late for that, I'd say.
Oh, shit.
There you are! What a surprise!
So let me get this straight. You forget to pay our lenders what they're due, and instead of coming straight to me, you get Clive to come to you. And I hope he'll dig you out of the hole you've dug for yourself. Clive, the man in charge of the place you've been cheerfully trying to bankrupt. And you thought this was a cunning plan. Why? Well, who needs paying?
Oh, just Martha. And the dame.
Yeah.
And, well, Lady Karen.
Oh,
But only 500
yeah.
talents.
We owe 3 of our most trusted friends 5 million gil.
Each. 5 million.
Dog, this is a big error.
Lent us the bulk of the money we used to rebuild the hideaway, you see, and well, I must have made some sort of oversight.
Oh, dude.
Those ledgers were my responsibility. And it was my decision
That's
to
a
entrust them
big
to you.
mistake, man.
This is my fault.
Do we have that much to hand? I can always ask my uncle.
No, we don't. And no, you won't. We've lightened Lord Rosfield's purse enough.
Dude, where are we getting
After the king's
15
ransom
million
we
gil,
have him,
dude?
He deserves better than to see our begging bowl. Besides, we'll need to learn to stand on our own if we're going to make this work.
Okay, that's fair.
Right. But that doesn't mean you have to shoulder the burden yourself.
Yeah, like we got to
anything
negotiate
I can
something
do to help?
clearly.
There might be. How'd you fancy taking these to Martha and the Dame?
I can do that.
Rocks.
Rocks, he says. Worth 1,000 talents apiece, these are. A little something Sid and I set aside for when times got lean. And I reckon 15 million in overdue debt probably qualifies.
Yep.
I just hope our associates' eyes are a bit more discerning than yours.
I'm sure they will be.
Should be me making the rounds, really.
No,
You know
I
how
got
is
it.
with this place. Orders to bark, asses to wipe, and all that.
A lot of asses need wiped. Yeah, it's true.
Which is why I don't mind going in your place.
Go. Do you know why I only gave Master Clive here 2 star rubies?
Because you're going to do the last one.
You'd rather Lady Karen killed me.
Because I'd rather Lady Karen killed you. Yes.
Yeah, she's not going to be happy. I feel like we've done enough favors for the other two. I don't feel like Karen likes us, right? But like we haven't like quested
worry.
for her, you know?
I'm sure Karen will understand.
Really? Do you think so?
No.
No.
No, not at all.
Don't.
Yeah, I was just giving you the benefit of the doubt, bud. Oh, fuck. Well, we're gonna have to wait on that because we can't travel right now, but, you know. Surely at some point we're gonna make good on that stuff. I like pile drive. I do kind of want to try that. I don't know if I'm gonna have enough for stuff like that, but I feel like limit break is not something that I use often enough for it to matter that much. I actually think charge magic works really well for certain things. I like that one too. Keep those. Dude, I'm so close to Judgment Bolt though. Here, let's unlearn this one. I want to try this Judgment Bolt. Yeah, I like that. Alright. That should be good. Alright, chat. I think I'm going to call it for the day. Got a good almost 7.5 hours in. Feeling pretty good about it. I gotta get my kids up here within the hour and start getting them ready for school. And I get the feeling that we're about to start a chapter, and then with all the side quests and stuff, like, it seems like it's probably going to be a lot. So I don't want to get like too invested in that, so I think this is a good stopping point for sure. I think we're kind of like at the end of like the segue to the next chapter. So, but thank you all so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. We probably still have a couple days left of this, and then we'll be gearing up for Silent Hill 2 remake. And then obviously that'll kind of be the main thing that we do in October. I think there might be some other stuff that we can do in October as well, but I think the new Dragon Age game comes out at the end of October, I think. I'm not sure if I'm going to play that yet, but it's on my radar. I'm thinking about it. Obviously, if Silent Hill 2 remake is a good speed game, then I might speedrun it for a little bit too, so we'll just have to see. But we will pick it up tomorrow and probably at least get another mother crystal down, I would say, at least. At the very least, I think we're going to get at least another mother crystal. So, but yeah, if you are new and you enjoyed the stream, be sure to follow. I will throw my socials in the chat as well. You can follow me on social media at HazebladeTV. And if you would like to support the stream, it is September, so feel free to take advantage of that and get a discount on a sub to the channel. I think, I don't know if the bits matching thing is still going on, but that could be an option as well. And then we also, for this month, we have the sponsor, which is Raid Shadow Legends. You can download and play for free using the link in the chat or the panel underneath the stream. And if you meet any of the goals that are on the little panel thing that is on, well, I guess I'm going to be piecing out here in a minute, on this screen, you can, well, actually, is it not even on? Oh my gosh, that's embarrassing. There it is. The most notable ones are obviously finishing the tutorial, but then completing chapter 3 with 3 stars, as well as hitting player level 12. Those things only take a few minutes, and you don't have to spend any money. So if you want to support the stream for free, you can download and play Raid Shadow Legends for free and spend a couple of minutes progressing through the campaign and leveling up your characters. And that does support the stream, and I would greatly appreciate it. We also have a clan as well, so if you want to join the clan and earn rewards together, I can invite you. Just shoot me a message, and I will be happy to do so. But that is going to do it for me, y'all. Let me see if I can throw a raid over to somebody real fast, and we'll circle back to it tonight.